Mic test. Dion, congrats on first.
Die on this hill has arrived.
All right, there go my live notifications. Close that bitch. Sup, nerd? It's a vibe. I'm trying to finish up this Danny DeVito thing because I'd like to be able to start working on like rescaling and stuff to try and figure out how exactly I'm gonna make these stickers for these. Xena, how are you? Oh, it's got to be like weird o'clock for you. You come with whimsy. Show me, show me, show me. Oh my gosh, thank you. Xena, thank you so much. How are you? How have you been? I feel like it's been a minute. And I hope you've been well. I know we don't really get to talk the most because we're in like a weird time zone overlap, but I adore seeing you. Thank you so much for stopping in. Oh my gosh. Masky! Yo, Masky, the Subnautica release, is that you said the 14th? Is that in 2 days? I know it's really close. I know it's really close, and I'm excited for you. 2 days. Hell yeah, I was right! I don't normally remember numbers well. I'm really excited for you. Alright, guys. Yeah. Yeah, please go to bed, Xena. Thank you so much for stopping in. Hopefully I can chat with you soon, do some catching up, but I hope you get some good rest, and I hope tomorrow is kind to you and that work goes smoothly. Bye, thank you again. Get some sleep. Yeah, we were working on this Danny DeVito piece. I'm trying to wrap this up so that I can figure out some stuff about how we're going to merchandise this exactly because I have some great ideas. Oh no. Oh no, Xena. When the whimsy strikes back. Quantum uncertainty, Masky? Are the atoms getting pegged? Oh no. Yeah, so we need to rework the hair because we pretty much just put that in quickly to kind of figure the space we're doing it. I'll never forget quantum pegging. Don't explain it to Dion. Good night, Xena. Will do. Yeah. So I'm gonna be putting this on stickers, and I'm gonna be putting those stickers on prayer candles, and I'm gonna be selling those. I'm figuring out some logistics about how exactly that's gonna work, but keep an eye out. This will be available on prayer candles. Masky, enjoy D&D. I'll see you later. Let me know how it goes. Still kind of sleepy? Yeah. I know you were trying to get a nap in before work. So we have some areas we need to correct the shading on where it got like a little loose, a little off, while we were still feeling out the exact planes of his face. We need to redo like the hair and the eyebrows, or at least build on top of them because that was kind of just a placeholder. I wouldn't be opposed to some more detail in the halo because I just kind of like winged it, and I don't hate it, but I think it could be more. I appreciate you, bro. We also have the trash bag for the Sacred Heart, and I'm thinking we're gonna do 2 or 3 versions of it. One, instead of the trash bag, we'll have the rum ham. I think that'll also be a big hit. And then I was thinking an option for my local peeps, I could put the shape of New Jersey in it, since I'm calling this Patron Saint of NJ and everything. So there would be 3 different versions available. And I think that would be really fun. I'm probably going to end up doing like a limited run of the candles to test how like shipping and everything works, because I'm going to have to do it myself. They do not have prayer candles available on my my print on demand website, Fourth Wall. And I was looking into some other ones, and most of them either don't have prayer candles or they do, and it's like the price breakdown of what they would make, what production would cost, and what I would make is kind of more than I'd prefer, and would end up, I feel, overcharging you guys. So I'd rather just get stickers and candles separately and put them together myself. It would be cool to have it like printed directly on candles, but I don't want to have to ask you guys to break the bank to buy these. That being said, I found prayer candles at the dollar store, like through Dollar Tree, their website where you can bulk order stuff. Um, and they come in various colors, and they're 8 inches tall, rather narrow. And so I was thinking that the final size of this sticker would probably end up being about 7 inches by 3 inches for the candle version. And so this version that we currently have, the width to height is not that same ratio, so we're probably going to put in some kind of background with like I was thinking like the sky with clouds and maybe like some nice sunset colors would look perfect. Something like that was what I was thinking. But I'm probably gonna like make a couple versions of it for stickers versus for candles versus like fuck, I'll even throw this on a couple t-shirts. We'll see how that goes. But in the meantime, we need to actually work on this. Hey, thanks so much for the follow. How are you? I do have anonymous follows, which is why I'm not saying your name, but yeah, hi. I like to enable lurkers. So I say we get right in here and we start correcting some of the shading around the smile lines. We need to shade the hands still. Last time we finished the stream with going in and working in like some of the line art in like a wash. It's not full line art, but it's important to make sure the fingers and things look separate. Yes, it's Danny DeVito. Hold on, you know what? I forgot to put my reference rotator on again. Let me... There we go. Now it'll rotate properly. Yes. I'm glad he's recognizable. Oh my gosh. Yeah, we're doing Saint Danny DeVito. I've been drawing this. I did spent 2 streams on this so far. We're just starting today, so we haven't even really touched it yet. We're just talking about what we're going to work on today. But yes, this is specifically Sacred Heart Danny DeVito, the patron saint of New Jersey, because I'm also from New Jersey, and I wanted to do some fan art from my home state hero. And this will be available on stickers and prayer candles and other things. So if you want to keep an eye out for that, I will be selling it as different designs. Yeah, we just gotta wrap up what we're doing here. I'm so glad he's being recognized already, though, because he's not even done. Thank you so much. Yeah, no worries, no worries. If you're busy, I super respect that you just stopped in to say that you're enjoying what I'm drawing. I love that. Thank you so much. Never any pressure, and we love lurkers. Yeah, let's get to work on our boy Danny here. I love him so much. I tried to make today's stream title Thoughts and Prayers, but Twitch didn't let me, so that's why it's a pinned message. Alright, let's grab our correct color and see how large we want this brush. Yeah, I think we can continue working on this layer a bit more. I don't want to. I already have a lot of layers going on this project. Thanks for the lurks, Empress. Sempress was the follow. Yeah, let's get to work. I need to like get his ear to match his face better too. I spent so much time focusing on the face that I feel like the ear doesn't match it now. Yeah, I'm just blending out the shade and the smile line a bit. We're gonna need to kind of switch between layers as we work on it to make sure the ones underneath aren't gonna like show through in weird ways, but that's part of how my process goes when we do more painterly art. I work in a lot of layers. I guess I'm used to working with acrylics and kind of layering washes and textures and painting over areas I don't like as much. There's my babe. Yeah, what's your question, Dion? Oh my god, dude. Oh my god. Semp isn't even properly here to appreciate it. She's lurking. I'd like to consider this a successful likeness study. Considering the number of people who have popped in going, yo, is that Danny DeVito? Alright, there's some little parts here that I feel are gonna need to be like drawn over as opposed to just reworked a little bit. I feel like reworking them is gonna take more time than drawing them over, at least. But let me just sort through my layers one more time, take a look at what I'm working with. Because I can definitely combine some of these and that should help. Combine all those for one. This song has a car alarm in it. That is not a car alarm going off at your house. That is the song. Not sure why that looks so different when I merge it down. It's on exactly the same blend settings, but you know what? I guess I'll go with it. The funniest part is the studio version of this doesn't have the car alarm in it, and I don't like it. I'm like, where'd it go? This isn't the right version. Honest to God, that band is one of the few things that'll get me to visit New York City. Jarvis, fuck New York. Insane, how you doing? B, how are you? Twitch didn't let me have the title, so I had to incorporate it somehow.
The
I'm
bee
doing
doctor
well.
has arrived.
Just trying to smooth out some flaws here from working out the shape of Danny's face last time. And then we're gonna be like working on his hair probably and his hands. Need to shade his ears some more too to match the face. And I'm gonna have to figure out a little bit of a background here. Because when we put this on candles, because we're gonna make prayer candle versions of this, it's gonna need a little more height. So we're gonna make like a background with uh the sky with clouds and like sunset colors. Good night, B. Thank you so much for stopping in, dude. I really appreciate the lurk. I know it's super late for you when I stream, so I always appreciate seeing you, man. Hell, I might even make this available on like some posters in case somebody wants a really large version. Because honestly, this is huge. This is huge. This is a huge file. I want to kind of rework the crow's feet too, because I'm not totally happy with them. I think we like got started in the right direction, but as I went, I figured out like a slightly more effective way to do it, and I feel like it doesn't look as good because of that. And if I just like revisit it, that I can make it look even better. Ooh, it's Patrick Stump's dirtiest song. His solo album is underrated in my opinion. I know it's different, but I think it's really good. This is off of his solo album. This is while Fall Out Boy was on hiatus. There, he recorded this. And if you enjoy anything about like instrumentalists or music production, you should listen to this album and read about how he recorded it, because it is all 100% original. Every synth sound you hear used in it, he created specifically for this album, and then like used through midis and stuff to put into the music. I also saw him live when he toured for this. I lost track of how many instruments he played, and he was dancing his ass off in a three-piece suit. Motherfuckers built different. Fucking love that man. He must have played at least a dozen instruments. It was fucking crazy. It was fucking crazy because he was singing, he was playing drums, he was playing guitar, he was playing bass, he had a trumpet, he had a saxophone. He did everything. He did everything. It was incredible. And he looked damn good doing it too. Hey, thanks for the lurk, Hairless. Hope you're having a good one.
Hairless doll has arrived.
I didn't actually say the name of the album. It's called Soul Punk. The album cover is also practical effects. A lot of people thought it was editing, but it wasn't. It's Patrick with like these like highlights in squares around him, and it was like actual reflective surfaces, and it looks photoshopped. So this one will be Trash Man edition, and then there will be Rum Ham edition, and then there will be like the New Jersey edition, I guess. Thanks for the check-in, Hairless. How you doing? Hope you're well. Cool mama, though, is this coming along? Like, I didn't think I'd be able to get it quite as realistic as we're going, and I'm real glad that we're finally in tune enough with Krita for these kinds of results. Alright, let's get rid of the crow's feet that I don't like. Because I just don't think I nailed them. I think I can do better. Alright, that's a bit better. Now that we got rid of those crow's feet that didn't quite look right, we're going to have to draw in new ones, but that's quite alright. I think I'm going to blend out what I have right now just a little bit more. Because right now they're a bit harsh from the fixing we did. So we're going to go in with a slightly larger brush. Hey, Gintoki, how you doing, man? Gonna go in with a slightly larger brush and just kind of blend out a little. Hey, nice. Love some good plants. You got like house plants, or do you like garden? Hell yeah, dude. I usually like to garden, but the last couple years, the weather has just not been on my side. So I just haven't had a good season in a while. And I've kind of put less effort in as a result. Oh, fuck yeah, dude. Yeah, I like to grow green beans, and I've got this like dead tree in my garden that's just a trunk, just chilling there. And I like to have them just grow right up that instead of setting up a trellis. Works perfectly. And it gets so fucking tall, we gotta like bust out a ladder to pick the top ones. Oh, dude, that's awesome. Yeah, usually I grow tomatoes, peppers. I'll throw potatoes and garlic in there when it starts sprouting in the fucking pantry. I've grown cucumbers, green beans, all sorts of shit. I like to grow some flowers, but just to attract the pollinators, really. Mostly I like to grow produce. Oh, dude, that's awesome. My buddy Ghost Bucket Gaming used to make mead. He hasn't done it in a minute, but him and his wife used to brew mead, and I thought that was really fucking cool. This is probably my favorite placebo song. It's hard to pick sometimes, but this one's always a jam. Ooh, that sounds fabulous. I'm not really a big wine person, but the sweet berry wines are always very nice. I don't really drink a lot. I got my own vice. Hey, fair enough. As long as you're not making it in the toilet, I think you're fine. Have a good shift, Dion. He finished RE2 today, so that's pretty cool. I think he's gonna play a couple silly games and then move into 3. I think he's playing, like, at least most of them in order. I've never played any of those, but I don't really play a lot of horror games. I'd say, like, the most horror-y game I have on the list of games I'm looking forward to playing and that I'm planning to get in the mix on the channel is BioShock. And I'd say that's more horror themes than a horror game. Yeah, it really is. And honestly, I find that so much more like immersive. I don't know. I'm very picky when it comes to horror. I don't scare easily. And so usually with horror games, I just end up getting bored or frustrated because like they're trying to scare me so hard and I'm like, "All right, can we move on now? Like can I get back to the gameplay?" Like it just annoys me, especially cheap jump scares. So I don't really play too much horror, but when I do get into horror, I highly prefer like a psychological or atmospheric horror. It's a lot easier to get immersed in it than all these fucking cheap jump scares companies do these days. Dude, yes. We're not very far into Red Dead Redemption 2 yet here, but I've been having fun with it and I feel like after switching off Cyberpunk, I got like the mechanics a little bit mixed up on the first stream and I feel like I'm finally getting the hang of them so now I can like really delve in. So my last stream was a lot of running around and hunting because I felt like that was a good way to figure out the mechanics. And I kept trying to snag an elk because I kept hearing the elk, but I couldn't fucking see them, and it was bugging me the fuck out. I was like, I gotta find one of these fucking elk because every time I turned around or like went up a hill or whatever, I just heard an elk screeching. I'm like, huh. those those bastards are so loud. Hey, I mean, we could hang out. Maybe I'll just snag you so we can do a stream together. And then Dion was like, "Wait, are the sounds accurate to real life?" And I'm like, "Yeah. What do you think a fucking elk sounds like?" Hell yeah. My issue is it's like hard to find good co-op games out there. And I've played most of them already with Joey. All right. Well, we've like generally corrected the issues around the smile line. There's still like a little bit of a highlight like right there that's just a smidge over that I'm trying to fucking driving me nuts. Hey, that's true. We could definitely do that. Yeah, I'd be absolutely down for some Red Dead Online sometime. As long as it's I know it's probably like a separate storyline from the main game. I just don't want any like spoilers or anything. There, that looks a little better. Dude. Dude, I wish you were here when I got to the poker part because I just like looked at the screen and I was like, "Oh, it's poker." And then I forget how to play poker. Just instantly I realized I haven't played poker in forever and I was like, "I don't know what I'm doing." It's so bad. I was like, "Oh fuck, how do poker? How do Texas Hold'em? Forget." All right, blend that out a little bit. Let's see how that looks on a different blend mode, just to separate the neck from the face a little bit. The shading was kind of starting to blend together. Yeah, that definitely adds more definition. Fair enough. In the main playthrough I'm playing, I'm trying to lean good side because I was told that's like a better storyline, and I'm all about that storyline. But we could absolutely get down to some fucking shenanigans in like the separate online file. That would be a fucking blast. Yeah, that's much better definition between the chin and the throat now. Can't have him looking like a blob. I need to blend out the smile lines, and then I think we're looking pretty good. At least regarding the face. Heck yeah. Hold on, hold on. Heck yeah, tip my tiny cowboy hat to you. It's just two big nugs. Lynn went to the pot store and it's just two big nugs. Two big nugs in a bag. Okay, I'm gonna need to pull up my reference picture to start reworking his crow's feet because I want to make sure I get those just right. So let me pull one up just for me. That's like I can zoom in on. All right, got a reference open. Now we can give him the crow's feet, and then we can move the fuck on from the face. Bring the brush size down to like 12. Thanks. Yeah, I'm gonna be doing a few different things with this. One thing I'm gonna be doing is I'm probably gonna do it as like a test run because I'm gonna have to put it together myself. I was trying to look into getting custom prayer candles printed, and uh getting it printed on a candle is stupidly overpriced, and by the time I marked it up for you guys, it would be even more stupidly overpriced, and I would have barely any profit margin. But getting blank prayer candles and stickers and putting them together is very doable. So I'm going to have this design available. Yeah, fucking that's doable. I'm gonna have this design available on stickers. I'm probably gonna have like some like posters and things of it. But the main thing, I'm gonna be selling prayer candles, and I'm probably gonna do like a limited run since I'm gonna have to do it myself. But depending on how well those sell, I might do a few runs of it and expand into like more color options and stuff for the candles. Thanks. Yeah, that's gonna be available. I just have to figure out the logistics of how I'm gonna ship them. It's probably gonna be best for me to get like a PO box for that, and I'm gonna have to get them together myself and figure out like how to package them because they're gonna be like glass candles like but I think it'll be so fucking worth it. I think it's gonna be so good, and if they sell well, I will make them more widely available, and if they sell really well, I might be able to afford to invest in getting like a custom printed candle instead of stickers on candles. We'll have to see. We'll have to see how it goes, but I think it's gonna be really funny. Dude. Okay, I'm gonna need to either choose a darker color or use a different blending mode that I'm currently using because this is barely showing up. So let's try something else. Yeah, so when I finish this design, bye Dion, have a good shift. When I finish this design, I'm gonna rework it in a couple different like sizes and shapes for different purposes. And the prayer candle one is I'm gonna have to heighten the design a little bit, so I'm gonna put like a sky behind him with clouds and shit. Um, because the candles I was looking at are 8 inches tall, so I was thinking if I make these into a sticker for the candle, it would probably be best to have it be. Let me let me zoom in for you guys. Probably be best to have the sticker itself be 7 inches in height by 3 inches in width. That way it's not getting too distorted by the curve. So I'll have to say. And I think I'm gonna have 3 versions available. This one has the Sacred Heart as a trash bag. I was gonna do one with a rum ham, and then I was gonna do one with like this the shape of New Jersey. And I'll probably do the New Jersey one at like local cons and stuff. Um, but I'll have to see how the test run of selling them goes. Yeah, so I was thinking of doing it on um yellow and blue candles based on the like colors of his outfit. There's a bunch of different colors available, but until I can actually like get stuff going, I can only order so many. So I was thinking the limited run might be yellow and blue candles, though I might like shop a mock up and ask people what they think, which colors they prefer. I like the direction this is going in, but I had them like too wide and too far apart. So let's redo that. This is also good practice for drawing aging skin, because I don't often draw mature folks. I feel like a lot of the commissions and things I get are young adventurers. I think that's a little closer to what we want. I'm going to blend it out in some spots, and then we're going to highlight, and I think that'll look really nice. Alright, I'm liking this a lot more already. I used luminosity for the highlights on the rest of the face, so let's do the same damn thing. And then we're pretty much good on the face, which was gonna take the majority of this, regardless, since we wanted to make sure the likeness was fucking perfect. Because again, if you do a celebrity likeness and people look at it and don't immediately recognize it, no one's gonna want it. Yeah, so I thought Danny would be perfect for a likeness study for a few reasons. Everybody fucking recognizes this guy, first off. Kratos, get the fuck out of here. How are you, dude?
Grotto's
How's
pod
your
has
night going?
arrived.
He's very recognizable because, he's a fucking comedy king. Most everybody knows who he is, and he's prevalent in even meme culture and shit. And, he's from the same state I am, so it's got like a personal level to it. I can add some other little homages to New Jersey to the design. Like I was thinking when we expand it a little bit to add filler to make it fit the candle size correctly, since we're doing this with prayer candles. Then I can use like the New Jersey State flower, New Jersey State bird, something like that. Fuck yeah, Grottos. Fuck that sandwich up. We also have a little bit of interesting warp going on with his face because of his glasses. The way his his face cuts away, but it looks like it fills out his glasses because there's a little zoom, and the way it enlarges his eyes a little bit. And that's kind of fun to play with as an artist. Bruh, steak sandwich. That sounds so good. I fucking love a good steak. And before anybody else says it, something something Makers isn't vegan. Dude, dude, that's because you're less presumptuous than the average person. But the average person sees someone who is as skinny as me and alternative as me and goes, that's a vegan. It happens to me all the time. All the time, guys. Like, I even went to a holiday party for the small business I worked at, and my boss was like, oh, I made sure we had vegan options just for you. And I'm like, I'm glad you were being thoughtful, but I am not a vegan. And then no one ate them because it was a very tiny office and they all went for the meat options. My whole life, man. People just, they see a skinny little punk and they're like, ah, yes, vegan. I think the face is looking pretty fucking good. If I really wanted to go crazy realism, I could probably like blend in some more of the flush tones, like the pink around the nose and cheeks and the yellow on the forehead. Yeah, Kentucky. There's a lot of weird stereotypes about acting. I do somehow fit an alarming number of stereotypes though. Like I don't get it. You know, you think you're unique and then you realize you're somehow simultaneously a vampire kid stereotype, an emo kid stereotype, a bisexual stereotype, a non-binary stereotype, like, an introvert stereotype, an artist stereotype. Like, what's good, Grados? Welcome back, man. I mean, you haven't been gone long, but I'm no stereotype. How's your sandwich? Aw, man. Rest in peace, good sandwich. You were thoroughly enjoyed. I guess at least it's not too much of a good thing. But Kentucky, that's fucking awesome, dude. Like I I worked with a guy when I was a teenager, who like I as a teenager I thought he was like, oh, he's a big football redneck type because he goes fishing and he throws a ball around and blah blah blah. And I found out he was like doing the summer camp while he was home for college and he was actually like a theater major. And he was like we ended up in like this really in-depth conversation about like Phantom of the Opera and stuff. And he was just my favorite person after that. Teenage me didn't give him enough grace in the beginning. Because I think we all do that as teenagers, the clicks and everything. But I thought he was great. I loved that guy. It's been like 12 years, and sometimes I'm just like, I hope he's doing well. He was great. I've been pulling more of that lately since I've been trying to gain weight and shit's wild. All right, I just went and did another little wash of like a more yellowy version of his skin tone and a more pink version of his skin tone over the top of it real quick. The pink being focused on like his nose and cheeks primarily, although there's some in the ear as well. And then I went ahead and just blended that right out. And I've got it on, I'm putting it on like 30% opacity. I had it on 50 just now so I could see it a little more clearly. But it feels a little harsh. 30%. 30%'s a little too little. Let's try 40. Yeah, I think that adds just a tiny bit more realism. It's not super obvious, but I think it looks very nice. listen, listen. I'm glad you enjoy beer, but personally, I would much prefer to go for the thing that tastes like fruit and gets me a lot more fucked up a lot faster. Personally, when it comes to wheat, I prefer bread. All right, again, we're gonna redo the hair. We're gonna redo the eyebrows. Those are kind of just placeholders. I'll probably like add a little more color variance to the stubble also. We need to shade his hands. We can refine some shading and detailing on the clothes. Need to blend out the smile lines a bit more now that I'm zoomed out. So let's do that before we move on. Yeah, I don't like beer. I think it's gross. I've never had a beer that I like. Okay, that looks a lot better. Yeah, that doesn't really sound like a beer, but it does sound pretty tasty. Yeah, that is much less harsh now. Not opposed to that. Should probably work on his palms. Like Psalms. I'm just naming those layers real quick. That's valid. Yeah, I usually when I drink it's usually for like weddings, holidays, shit like that. A couple times a year. God, this is getting to such a stupid number of layers. Yeah, that's not fun. Yeah, honestly, there's a million reasons not to want to smoke. That's a good one. Not that you even need a good one, you just don't have to want to. Okay, now that I'm done labeling those layers, let's make even more layers. A valid. Yeah, I started smoking pot when I was 18, and I had been kicked out of my house and was living in a rundown pickup truck. Prior to that, never touched it. Yeah, I was like, I was like having trouble sleeping because of stress and stuff. So I started smoking pot, and then I was like, oh shit, I can sleep now. Mm, I've had a couple jobs that have had drug tests, but mostly I've worked like low enough tier jobs that they don't fucking give a shit. Uh, or like industries where it's just like a like it's not even like a secret. Just like everybody's getting high, and as long as you don't say it, like whatever. This is Danny DeVito. Or if you mean the song, this is 21 Pilots. If you type in exclamation point song, a little thing comes down that says the song title and band. Yeah, partly because I've never I don't have like a college education. So a lot of the jobs that will do that are either ones that are like a higher tier that require a level of education, or they're like labor jobs, and I can't do those either because I have a heart condition. Um, so like warehouse work where you might be using like forklifts and stuff, and they want to know you're sober because of that. Yeah, I can't do that kind of shit anyway. So hey, welcome in, Doctor Doggo. How's your night going? I am gonna have this on prayer candles, by the way. It's gonna be really funny, I think. We're gonna finish it, and then I'm gonna put it on t-shirts and candles, and sell it as stickers and a bunch of other stuff. Hell yeah, love a chill night. Yeah, Kentucky, that makes sense. See, that's a matter of like safety with machinery, and that's absolutely valid. And that's also the kind of job where they'd see a skinny bitch like me and they'd be like, what the fuck are you doing here? Danny Libido. What's the password? Orgy. Oh no, I don't even mean that. I just mean like again, skinny, pale, undereducated, heart condition, have an ass. A lot of workshop type jobs see that as a liability. And I am pretty fucking weak. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm not gonna pretend otherwise. I'm not a strength build. I would even say my constitution sucks ass. I'm more of a dex build, I think. Also, as much as I enjoy like taking stuff apart and putting it back together, I would not feel like dealing with a lot of the sexism that women in machinery and stuff have to deal with. Insane, I sneak up on people all the time, every day, constantly. And I'm not trying to. And like, I have tried to take preventive measures to stop sneaking up on people, and they don't work. I've worn bells as jewelry, didn't do anything. I wear big clunky boots, still sneak up on people. I walk into a room and do something and then turn around and somebody's like, "Holy shit, when did you come in here?" And I'm like, "Bro, I was in here when you came in here." What are you talking about? That's very funny, Kentucky. So I'm like alarmingly sneaky, I guess. I don't. I like I said, I don't. I'm not trying to sneak around, but I constantly scare the shit out of my roommates and my even my partner sometimes. And I'm also I if I had to say what my class is, I'm probably a rogue ranger. Because I'm also like a damn good shot. I've gone to gun ranges and things, and I can snipe really well. So I've said before that if we were in a situation together, like let's say all of us were in an airport when the zombie apocalypse happens, um, I would be a carry because of my heart condition. I can't run and stuff well. But if you can get me somewhere safe and put me high up with a gun, we'll be fine. Yeah, that's a mood too. Uh, I'm sure once the antidepressants run out, it might be a different story. I actually had this like comic idea once about somebody who has bipolar disorder in a zombie apocalypse, hunting through the wasteland for lithium batteries while trying to remain alive. Oh gosh. Yeah, and Gintoki, if you like have skills like like gardening and stuff, which you and I both do, then that is super handy when you're able to like find and set up a safe area and you need to be producing more food than you're able to hunt and stuff. Because there's a reason hunter gatherer lifestyles stopped in favor of agriculture. Hell yeah. I love useless information and saying. Hell yeah, Gintoki. Yeah, I know I was a scout, so I know a bit about that stuff, but I do admit I'm rusty. But I think a decent amount of that skill set would come back when I find myself like in nature and stuff, you know? I'd also be great for like weaving fishing traps and baskets and things. Like I've complained before that like I should have been a peasant somewhere weaving baskets with my feet in a river back when artisans were appreciated. Yeah, it's one of those things that sticks with you in a subtle way that's hard to explain. Oh, hold on. There's some stubble on the finger. Gotcha. You ain't you ain't you ain't getting past me. I also do watch like a lot of survivalism TV shows and stuff. Uh Mostly to like laugh at people, if I'm being honest. Um because some people make some really big claims about their skills. I feel like that's the most polite way I can put it. Um, like there was one guy who was drinking brackish water until he started hallucinating, and the medics finally caught on to what was happening. It was so bad. Honestly, calling it brackish is generous. And I used to read a lot of books. I don't read as many books as I'd like to these days. I find it's like I get distracted just way too easily, and it's hard for me to get immersed like I used to. But I do read a lot of stupid bullshit on the internet. ADHD, why? Dude, that's so funny. Oh my god. And there's a lot of people who go on this show who are like, "Oh, I'm so good at starting fires. I didn't even bring a flint. I didn't even bring a ferro rod. I'm just going to do the bow and I'm going to start a friction fire cuz I'm so good at starting fires." Guess who goes cold every single time? Like they're allowed a certain restricted list of items, but they're allowed certain items. And everybody should bring a fucking flint or ferro rod with them, but these dudes are always like, I'm above that, and then they go fucking cold, and then they call out on like day 3. Yeah. Yeah, there was one lady who was convinced that she could make this survival challenge without without really having to hunt because she was like really good at foraging. Um Note that this has gone upwards of 100 days in some cases, so that's kind of a bold claim. And she ended up foraging a lot of these plants that she was eating that turned out to be a diuretic, and she became horribly dehydrated and also got sent home. Also, any woman who shows up and says, I'm here to represent women, immediately gets sent home in some way that's horribly embarrassing. It's a cursed sentence. Yeah. A lot of plants that you think are fine in small amounts or interspersed with other things. Not when it's the only thing you're eating. That's not the worst thing I've heard, Gintoki. I saw a lady on a foraging group who was convinced she found elderberries and didn't realize she was wrong until she ate it, and it was rabbit shit. Everyone's like, you what? Literally. She literally had to eat shit to find out. Like, lady, don't eat something unless you're 100% sure of what it is. But yeah, my favorite survivalism show is a show called Alone. I know it's on History Channel. They usually have like a season every now and then on Netflix. You can find more of it on like Disney and shit since they have a deal with History Channel or whatever the fuck. I don't know. Every company eats every other company, so by the time somebody sees this on VOD, it might not be on there anymore. But yeah, it's called Alone, and they take like give or take a dozen people and drop them in the wilderness all separately from each other, each with like a solid, I don't know, like 10, 15 miles between them, in areas that are like examined ahead of time so that they can be made sure that they're like about equal in terms of what resources they have. And the last man standing wins $500,000. The show has gone upwards of 100 days, though I think they had one season where two motherfuckers were so stubborn they ended up capping it to 100 days afterward. And if it's like you and one other person at 100 days, you like go splitsies on the prize. I think. They do a lot of like cold weather survivalism. There's been a few episodes like within the Arctic Circle. They also did a one that took place in a desert in South Africa recently. I'm blanking on the name of it at the moment, but that one was very interesting. And I find it to be a probably the most authentic survivalism TV show experience you can get. Simply because like there's not even cameramen. They wear GoPros and film everything themselves, completely alone out there. And the med team comes in and checks on them like I think once a week in the beginning. But then after a certain amount of time, they start checking on them more frequently. And the med team will not speak to them aside from like things that are mandatory to check their physical condition. So it's like a very isolating experience. And a lot of people end up like having to play the mind game as well as the survivalism game as a result. And they've had some very skilled survivalists on there. Yeah, seeing Primus live was fucking wild. They went hard, but also it was like such a chill experience at the same time. Such a vibin' fucking crowd. All right, I think that's a good start. Let's give these shadows more depth now that we have our shapes established. I can't not jam when Muse is on. Hey, see you later, dude. Have a good time. Thanks so much for hanging. You go fucking love Danny DeVito. Oh yeah. I totally do animal portraits. So like, I'm more than willing to do pets. But the one I have an example of is a D&D character of mine, actually. The Black Labrador Retriever I have on there. He's my player character in the D&D campaign I play every other Wednesday. All right, let's get some highlights on his hands. And then we'll want to go back and like give his like knuckles some texture, and his nails. We'll want to give those some shading as well, because I'm kind of doing the skin with this sweep. Smaller brush for highlights. I feel like that could be brighter. Maybe I'll just double it up. Let's see how it goes. Yeah, honestly, I draw just about everything. Hell yeah, I'd be more happy than to do that. Um, is your baby boy a pupper? I don't know if we've ever talked pets. I have 3 cats. And the rabbit that my emotes are based on is a rabbit that I used to have. I had him for a very long time. Oh my gosh, Masky, welcome back! He's a small boy, love it. How was D&D? Went well. Y'all get up to anything interesting? Any stories to share? Uh, if you have any nefarious plans, you're always welcome to DM those to me, because I know some of your players hang here. That seems about right. Onto his left hand, the one on the right. Ooh, somebody got their character ability? Yeah, insane. I feel that. I try to make sure I have like a variety of things that people who can't afford much can at least get something. But I know stickers aren't exactly like the most thrilling thing. And that's kind of like the budget option I can do with the fucking print on demand websites. um when when throwing more money at debt happens, I'd like to start saving for my own printer and die cutter so I can start like making my own stickers and things. Because I could do like vinyl transfer t-shirts and stuff with that too. I'd have to look into it more. Hey, thank you so much for the stream streak, Masky. You're the fucking best. Ooh. Yeah, I remember you mentioning that there was like the constructs and the weird crystal. That's fucking cool. I can't wait to hear what they do with that. I'm also hoping in the future to be able to do like keychains and stuff too. Fourth Wall offers them now, but I would have to order like a large number of them and then distribute them myself with the way it works because they only recently got them, so they're doing like a test run of it. And that is fabulous, but it also would be kind of expensive to get a bunch of them up front. And then if they don't sell well, it's like, oops, shoot, you know? So I'll see about if they change anything on that because I'd love to be able to offer keychains. They also do offer candles, but the candles they have are like little candles. So I will have this design on those. But I'm going to be selling them myself as a prayer candle version that I'm gonna put together and ship out personally. Didn't like how that looked. Had to pull it back a little bit. That ain't so bad. Interesting. Is it because water doesn't have silver in it? So we got to do some more blending on this, but I think it's matching the face pretty well overall. Oh, interesting. Yeah. I figured that was more likely it, but that's one of those little vampire lore tidbits a lot of people don't realize is that vampires would be able to see themselves in modern mirrors because they're no longer made with silver. That was one of those factoids I used to convince my summer camp kids that I am in fact a vampire because their biggest arguments were that I have reflections and I show up in pictures. Um, and I said, you know, we don't use film anymore. We don't use real silver in mirrors anymore. And their next biggest argument was that they see me in the sun, and I told them I wear sunblock. I was like, yeah, that's the old timey vampires. They made sunblock now, idiot. That's fucking awesome, Masky. Yeah, so we gotta do some blending on these hands. We gotta do the nails. I want to do more detail in the clothes because they feel too simple compared to the face. Although we should probably redo the hair and eyebrows before that so that we can like call it quits on Danny himself all at once. That's fucking awesome. Have you been doing the thing where you like bring them in and put them out like for a few hours every day so that they grow used to the environment? Because that helps a lot. Oh, sorry. I knew I was forgetting something. Yeah. Listen, I know Harry Potter references are out of date because fuck that Nazi turf, J.K. Rowling. But at the same time, that's like my fucking remember all moment. Like, but I can't remember what I've forgotten. Like, yeah, I'll get back to you with websites for that later. Yeah, it honestly those usually have to be started early in the season anyway, so it might be like a for next year type deal. Unless I guess you could keep it in a pot for a bit. I don't know. If you have a large pot, that's something you could do. But you also can't expect berries from them for like at least 3 years because it takes them a while to establish. Raspberries. But yeah, it's true of most berries, honestly, except for like strawberries are pretty quick. They usually take like a season, I think. Oh, you are? Fuck yeah. As long as you kept them watered, you should be fine. They're pretty hardy plants. There's a reason the slang term is weed. I have a couple plants on the shelf behind me, but most of mine are downstairs. Most of the ones behind me are cuttings. I've been trying to get a successful clone of my pothos, and I have two back there. One hasn't exactly rooted yet. The other one's like about ready to be potted. Oh yeah, the squirrels are your enemies now. It sounds ridiculous, but the squirrels are your enemies now. Oh gosh. Yeah, when I used to grow sunflowers, the squirrels were a big problem with those. I haven't tried those in a bit though, because I mostly grow produce now. But I grew sunflowers when I was like young, and yeah, the squirrels would destroy them. Right, that ain't bad. Hey, that works. Yeah, I remember you sent me a picture of that. That was a good call. There's my fucking mouse. I lost it for a second. That's not half bad. Need to do the visible nails, give them a little bit of a like shinier look. Um, Maybe rough them up a little bit and then add like the lines for the knuckles. Enjoy your smoke break, Masky. That one's for you, Chica. Thank you. Well, hey! Hello! Bree, thank you so much for the raid! Welcome in, Raiders. How's everybody doing? I'm the Maker's Mantle, and right now we are drawing Danny DeVito as Sacred Heart Jesus Christ. We're working on wrapping up this design. Welcome in, everybody. How was your stream? What did you get up to? Oh, you were streaming art too? What were you working on? Thank you so much, Raiders. Yeah, if you like alternative music, dad puns, all sorts of lame stuff like that. Oh, thank you so much for the follow. This is a great place to hang. Right now, I wanted to do a likeness study, a mermaid drawing. That's fucking awesome. Also, welcome in, Haku. Yeah. We're working on this design that's been a brainchild of mine for some time. I started drawing it several times over, but I never quite finished, and I feel like it was about time that I actually sat down and committed to this piece because I think it deserves to exist. I love Danny DeVito. I'm also from New Jersey, so it felt appropriate to draw a home state hero. I wanted to do some likeness studies, so we've been working on this. How'd your mermaid come out? Or merman, perhaps? Is there a word for mer-emby? We've been working on the hands for a little bit, and a lot of fine details that might not be super apparent immediately. But I do plan on putting this design on stickers and t-shirts, and I'm going to put it on prayer candles as well. I'm going to be selling that. Yes, I have Geek Outs, and it's one of the best things I've ever seen. I guess merfolk works. I like merfolk more than merperson. Maybe it's the merper. And mer people feels plural. Yeah, it's funny as hell. With Gale in the background, and he's like, I think that man's about to commit suicide. Suicide is badass. Oh yeah, it's an MTG, so I guess it's like canon to Wizards of the Coast then, huh? Yeah, usually here we do a lot of D&D character art. I also take commissions, and I do stream assets. So the next thing we're going to be working on is going to be a gift tuber for a fellow streamer and buddy of mine, Die on This Hill, D-Y-O-N, This Hill. So that's something you can look forward to. But for now, I've been working on Danny DeVito as specifically the Catholic imagery of Sacred Heart Jesus Christ. And it's quite detailed because I'm going to be putting this on stickers, on t-shirts, on candles. I've been having a lot of fun with this one. How are you guys doing? Yeah, part of it too, the reference image I used, his glasses make his eyes look bigger. So it's not even completely a stylization thing. It's a little bit of both. Yeah, especially thick glasses. My eyesight's not too bad, so I don't get too much of that effect, but the glare from my lights drives me crazy. I am, however, due for an appointment with my eye doctor, so I'm trying to get that on the book soon, and I'm hoping to get some anti-glare glasses this time. Or maybe even some contact lenses. How's everybody doing? We had a Mother's Day here in the States over the weekend, so I had a lovely dinner with the family. Me and my partner went over to the brother-in-law's place. Let's see. The hands are looking pretty good. I think they need, yeah, that we need to do the lines for the knuckles, and I might add like a little more texture and maybe some veins on the back of the hand for aging. A little more detail to squeeze in there. Alright, let's fucking go. Yeah, for anybody who might not have seen it, I have the reference right over there that comes up when the commission sign isn't there. It just switched as I pointed it out. Simply because we've seen many faces of Danny DeVito over the years. That was the photo I chose to reference for this one. Hello again. Thank you so much for the raid. No worries at all. No worries. I've been there after a stream. Absolutely. Thank you. And I hope yours went well. Uh, let me see if I'm. I think I should be following you. Oh, I'm not. Let's correct that immediately. Yeah, we're working on Sacred Heart Danny DeVito. It's quite silly, and I'm having a grand old time with it. I heard you were working on Mer Person, which sounds freaking awesome. Yeah, you're just like checking out vending machines. There's that like mini brands toy, if you're looking for shit like that. Honestly, seems great for like modern tabletop games. I can't even lie. Yeah, so this is what we've been working on. Most of the work we put in so far has been in the face, though, so let me show you that. I've really been trying to nail the likeness because I plan on selling this as stickers. And if you sell a celebrity likeness and it doesn't look like them, ain't nobody's gonna want it. That honestly sounds really awesome. Haku, could you send me pictures of this tiny claw machine? They work? That's crazy. I didn't know that's a thing you can get. Yeah, I was raised Roman Catholic, but I never really vibed with it. Um, and Danny DeVito and I are both from the same state, New Jersey. So I thought it would be fun to do this little thing. That's freaking awesome. I'm gonna have to like go back and check it out on your VOD. I I really love designs for underwater creatures. I have a Triton character that I absolutely love to play in Dungeons and Dragons, who Haku is very familiar with. And I completely redesigned Triton for him specifically because I didn't like the Wizards of the Coast canon version at all. I thought they just looked like blue people with webbed toes, and that was very boring to me. I found that lacked creativity, and I love how weird some people can get with underwater creatures and stuff. You know what I mean? Yeah, he's a lot of fun. Hold on, yeah, I gotta see this. That's so cool. What the hell? How many is this? Oh, I see. That's so cool. I didn't know they make these. That's freaking cool. Thank you for sharing. I also am figuring out the logistics of how to get this design put on custom prayer candles. So that's going to be a thing. We will have prayer candles of this design. If I was at a convention and I had the opportunity to try and like get stuff through a claw machine, I'd be fucking hooked. That would you'd get a ton of people at your table. Though I would be careful that that doesn't like break con rules because sometimes they're like the game room has to be over there. You can't have games. It's gonna clog up the flow. No, no, it depends on how chill the con is, I guess. If anyone likes emo music, this band. That would still be really. I'd come up with dumb excuses to use it. I'd be like, I don't. I'm having like a moment where there are too many options and I'm not sure what to choose. Throw them in the claw machine. Like instead of picking stuff out of a hat, throw it in the claw machine. I think that works. I don't want to put like too much detail because I feel like things get weirdly uncanny when you detail hands too much. Simple enough. I like that. I might even. Let's see how it looks. Hold on. I don't hate that. It's like a little thumbprint detail. I might pop that on the other fingerprints real quick. It's small, but on like larger versions it might be noticeable. That's possible. At that point, I feel like you'd probably have to do like slips of paper to represent stuff, unless you're dealing with like miniatures or something. I guess stickers could possibly fit in there too, but I wouldn't want them to get like too bent out of shape. Title that one Fingerprints. Yes, keychains. That's a good idea. Or like if someone sells jewelry, jewelry could be great in a claw machine. Or like candy, like the beaded rave jewelry. Crack pipe slim. I don't think you can sell those at a typical con. All right, I don't hate that. Texture layer. Make a new texture layer. Let's put it on multiply for now until we figure out exactly what we want to do with this. I just know I want more texture on the hands. Ooh, yeah. That would be awesome. I think that'd be really freaking cool. Are they like play till you win or makes sense. I was thinking that would make more sense. If I had something like that at a con table, I would probably set it to be like, if you give me $5, I'll give you this many coins. And that could cover like stickers. Depending on how pricey the con is, vary the price or whatever. But like something like that, where it's like I'll give you five tries, 5 coins, for like $5 or whatever. More if it's like keychains, less if it's like stickers. Depending. Some of the line art around the fingers feels a bit harsh now. I'll soften that later. Same with maybe like this spot a little bit. Over here. Right there. There. But we should probably work on his hair and eyebrows, getting those proper. Because again, this was like figuring where everything's gonna go and acting as a placeholder so he didn't look super weird. But it's not. I'm not like I need to rework that. Yeah, that would be really cool. And like you could probably even take it apart and like spray paint the outside to customize it to match your con table or your branding. And if you have a die cutter, you could do like custom cut vinyl for like your brand name. Do you think this looks good, Lynn? Looks like him, right? All right, let's work on his hair. Because he's got some wily fucking hair. Okay, first I'm gonna like do a bit of a dark color shaded in where the hair's gonna be to add to the thickness of it. Because he does have thinning hair, but it's not the level of thinning it looks like here. Hold on, this is a little too large. Yeah, that's better. He does have a pretty smooth head. I think I need to put like some freckles on there to break it up a little bit. I think that would help. But he does have a pretty smooth fucking head. It doesn't help that the reference like just cuts off the tip of his head. So I had to like look at other pictures to make sure I had the head shape correct. I mean, if you yeah, because he's right there, right? Fucking if you've seen him in Always Sunny and the like, I just wanted to be clean, I just wanted to be pure scene, they have him like fucking shaved and like covered in like what I assume is lube. It's supposed to be hand sanitizer in the show, but that would be horrible for his skin. He's just like slick and crawling across the floor and like I think he's like almost naked. He's in like tidy whities or something, but they're all wet, so they're like half see-through anyway. It's or the scene where he crawls out of the couch too. You're like, what the fuck, man? He's just buck ass nude. I think he had a sock on his penis, but that was it. And I don't think they told any of the actors in that room that he was about to break out of that couch either, so they got a genuine reaction. Because they fucking sewed him into a couch. Danny DeVito is one funny motherfucker. Yeah, Haku, it's really funny. It's the show that I'm referencing. He's been in a bunch of shit, but the specific show that I'm referencing is called It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. And I need to add the liner note for anybody who's never heard of this show that it is a show about a bunch of shithead people that you point and laugh at. You are not laughing with them. You are laughing at them. Because they're pretty terrible fucking people. And they own a bar in Philadelphia, and madness somehow ensues every single episode because they're such horrible people that they find themselves in ridiculous situations all the time. And wasn't he sewn into the couch because he was trying to spy on his ex-wife, I think? Yeah, definitely. Danny's character doesn't get added until season 2. So a lot of people start watching at season 2, and that's fine. You can honestly start watching wherever. It's one of those shows where, like, it's just ridiculous bullshit regardless of what episode it is. There's not a lot of overlapping storylines. There's some, but not a lot. So you can kind of pick it up wherever. And, I think he was trying to spy on his ex-wife because he fucking hates her. And he thought she was, like, scheming to get his money or something. So they decided to hide him in the couch at, like, I think a company party. But it was a leather couch. And he just kept getting hotter and hotter in there while he was trying to, like, wait for his ex-wife to arrive so he could spy on her. And he ended up, like, taking off his clothes inside the couch to try and cool off, but it wasn't enough. And he was, like, reaching the point of getting heat stroke and was just, like, dripping with sweat. And he just tears through the fucking stitches on the couch and, like, crawls out of it like he's being fucking birthed. Just buck-ass naked, soaking wet. And all these people at, like, their office party are like, what the fuck? Because he got really hot, so he took his clothes off. He was trying to cool off so he could spy longer. If you've ever seen the meme of the crazy white guy with the board with the yarn behind him, where he's like pointing like this, and he's like, ah, and he's got, like, the board with all the yarn and shit. It's sometimes called the Pepe Sylvia board. That's from Always Sunny. That show it has a lot of memes and things, but that's one of the notable ones, I think. And it also has my favorite Christmas episode of any TV show ever. Yeah, and I actually have a theory about the crazy yarn board one, as funny as that is. The guy in that picture is named, his character's named Charlie. His real life name is also Charlie. 37 Hours Masky, so close. So close to Subnautica 2. Yeah, the character with the crazy yarn board is Charlie. And he makes that while he picks up a temporary job to try and make extra cash on the side of the bar, because the bar is not doing so well. And he ends up working in a mailroom. And he's like, receiving all this mail that he says is for a Pepe Sylvia, but he knows everybody at the office, and there's not a single person named Pepe. There's not a single person with the last name Sylvia. There's no way this could be like a miswrite or a typo, but he just keeps getting it. He keeps getting more and more mail labeled Pepe Sylvia, and he's going fucking crazy. Like it's the goddamn Shining, because he doesn't know what to do with this mail, and it keeps piling up. And he's getting behind on all his other work because he's so concentrated on trying to figure out who the fuck Pepe Sylvia is, and how he's supposed to fulfill his job duties. And the catch here is that he's illiterate, and the show takes place in Pennsylvania. Subnautica 2. Maskey's been really excited about it. Yeah, he's misreading Pennsylvania. They never actually confirm that in the show. But everybody's like, yeah, that's gotta be Pennsylvania, right? I've never played the first one. So like, while I think it looks like a really cool series and stuff, I've seen some YouTubers play it. I feel like I should play the first one before I get the second one. That's my personal opinion. The next game I plan on buying, though, comes out on early access on the 25th of this month. So I'm personally waiting for that. It's called Paralives. It's a lot like The Sims, except it's not EA, because fuck EA. It's made by indie devs, and it looks like it's going to be an absolutely fantastic game, and I'm going to like build cute houses and stuff again. Oh, that makes sense. And that's awesome of you. But yeah, Maskey's been super excited for it. And I know Maskey's planning on streaming it. And she's been playing the first game a lot on stream lately, while hyping up. Makes sense. Let's get like the bulk of the hair in with this brush. And then we're going to do like individual stray hairs. Yeah, I think it's really cool how they did the DLC for Below Zero, since it's like such a beloved game and people wanted extra content so badly. And I heard that they're going to be including the DLC with initial purchase for Subnautica 2, so it'll be free if you already own the game, which is fucking awesome. They're doing that with Paralives too. I would like to see that be standard moving forward, personally. Yeah, that's what I heard, which is fucking awesome. Ugh, I'm so excited for Paralives, though. I've already been looking at like house floor plans online to try and plan what I'm gonna build on stream first. Because like I wanted to do a whole Sims town as like a series, just start with one of the empty maps and do a whole town on the Sims. But EA is just the fucking worst with paywalling everything behind DLC. and they've had additional controversies that I just like morally can't get behind in the recent past. And I don't want to be even like associated with streaming their game. Like I know it's like they have like versions out there for free and stuff, and it's not like financially supporting them, but I don't even want to touch it. And so I've been really excited for Paralives to come out because I do really enjoy like using the whole like home building tool system and like making a cute little aesthetic house. Brings out my like little inner Marie Kondo. I'm like, yes, this brings joy. It also like kind of feels like a betrayal, and I know that's like silly to say, but The Sims was always one of the most like queer accepting games from the get go. Like from the first Sims in the fucking 90s, there was like you could get gay married, and they didn't even call it gay married; they just called it married. And in the more recent Sims, you can choose your pronouns, and you can choose whether to like sit to pee or stand to pee, and whether you can get pregnant or get somebody else pregnant, like very in-depth options for transgender and gender non-conforming people. And I thought that was fucking awesome. But then like a lot of their business deals were really shady and involved like a lot of like homophobic companies and associations and things. And I took that personally. But yeah, Haku, if you haven't heard of it, Paralives, it's gonna be just like The Sims, except the art style's cuter. It's an indie dev studio. It's not gonna be paywalled behind a million pieces of DLC, and yeah, a bunch of other stuff. Dropping the spelling in chat for you. I think you have me on Steam too, and it's on my wish list if it's easier for you to just go through there. But yeah, it's called Paralives, like parallel lives. It looks super cute. On early access, they're gonna have a bunch of stuff available straight off the bat, including like curved walls for your home building, um, and like gender pronoun options, things like that. And they're going to be including in early updates that they're going to be putting in cats, dogs, and horses and other like updates that The Sims has behind paywalls as DLC packs. And they've said that they're doing all future updates and DLC for free if you own the game. Like just buy the game the once. Gotcha, gotcha. Yeah, I appreciate the offer a lot. Maybe I'll finally get around to playing the first one. But right now I'm in the middle of Red Dead Redemption 2. Well, I just started Red Dead Redemption 2, and that's going to take me a while. If I'm gonna put any other game with that, I'm probably gonna be playing like shorter games alongside it, since it's gonna be a pretty long playthrough from what everyone's telling me. I've never played it before. Yeah, I think they said it's gonna be $40. That's USD, of course. So you'll have to see for your own region what the price is gonna be for you. But for a new game, 40 USD is a very good price. Like, I know it's indie and all, but Jesus Christ, modern games are like $100. Yeah, I think that's awesome too. I don't I so many games would sell better if they were willing to take a lower price for the initial purchase because so many more people would be able to buy it. These like $90+ games are fucking crazy to me. All right, that's a good start. Label that folder here. Let's grab the airbrush. This is too large. $300, that's much better. Little highlight. All right, fly away time. Actually, you know what else I need to do? Hold on. There we go. Because I did that first layer behind his ears and behind his hair. I'm sorry, behind his ears and behind his glasses. And I'm doing the flyaways in front. Oh, hell yeah. I really hope y'all enjoy it. It sounds like it's going to be a fantastic game. Fucking love this song. I think that looks pretty dope. Um, let's see. I think that works really well. Felt like I over exaggerated his nose a little bit in that one spot. So I just kind of course corrected slightly. Because his nose is a little bit crooked and he probably had it broken at some point or something. Um, but not, it looked a little too crooked. Wow, Tricky! My dude, how was your stream? Welcome in, Raiders. My name's the Maker's Mantle. I use they, them pronouns. I do art and listen to alternative music. Right now, we are drawing Danny DeVito, except as Sacred Heart Jesus Christ, because we can. Check it out.
Tricky Rick has arrived.
Gonna be available on stickers. Gonna be on candles, including prayer candles. Yeah, the Trash Man is coming soon to a Maker's Mantle merchandise store near you. How was Project Zomboid, my dude? Thank you so much. It's such a goofy concept, but I'm having so much fun with it. Yeah. So this will be available on candles, as well as stickers, tees, whatever the fuck you want, really. How was Project Zomboid, dude? Here's a little zoom in for you guys.
If it would please, my lord,
Pip,
I would suggest that thou go fuck thyself.
how are you, my mans? As far as I'm concerned, sure as shit is. How you doing, dude? How was work?
Sir Pippin the Not So Smart has arrived.
Oh, that's awesome. That'll be a lot of fun. I've never played the game myself, but I think that's a great idea. I love, like, streamer servers. Yeah, Tricky, my dude, if you need to raid and run, I know you were streaming for a long time today. Please don't feel obligated to stick around. I appreciate the shit out of you, my dude. We're gonna be here for another, like, hour and a half drawing Danny DeVito. Hell yeah. Good luck to you with that, Pip. Put your feet up. I heard you got bad shoes. Yeah, we need to do, like, the sun rays. The, like, holy glow. I might play around with the halo a bit. I feel like it needs a little more detail to go with the face. I don't know. Or, like, more variance in the colors, because what it shrunk down for a sticker, I don't think that's gonna read well. Because it has these pretty designs, but I think I need to embolden it. And then we have a trash bag for the Sacred Heart. I'm thinking I'm also going to do a rum ham and maybe, like, the silhouette of New Jersey. But when I first start selling this as prayer candles, that's my meds alarm. When I first start selling this as prayer candles, it's going to be a limited run because I'm going to have to order the candles and the stickers myself. And if it sells well, I'll be doing more. And Pip, thanks for stopping in to say hey before you gotta go to bed for work. I know you have to wake up earlier now. Alright, I think the hair's looking real good. I think we can go a little heavier on the eyelashes. I think I just kind of, like, did a little bit of a light eyelash situation last time I went over them, just to fill in, because I was working on the eyelids. I think we can exaggerate it a little, because I think when it's stickers, it will be too subtle. Found the lair. I think the lower lash line is fine. I just think the upper lash line disappeared too much when we zoomed out, and now I think it's more visible without being like too feminine or anything. Let's get a little more variance in the stubble using a mask. There it is. Group layer, stubble. $125 size brush. Yeah, that seems reasonable. Yeah, that just kind of softens it a bit. Hold on, I'll zoom in for you guys. This is it without what I just did. And this is it with a little like shading and color variants thrown on as like a wash over top of the stubble with it a masking layer. I feel like I want a little more contrast in the eyes. Yeah, I kind of like that more. I just like copied what I did lower and then brought it above some of the blending layers on like 50% just to brighten it a bit without totally eliminating the blending I did. Alright, I want to put a little more general detail into the clothing. Bro, 4 a.m. is the best time to eat. I often need a 4 a.m. snack myself. You ain't gonna get no judgment from me. What you having? Anything good? Ooh, that sounds really good though. I fucking love pizza. I fucking love. I almost said pizza because the song was playing. I fucking love soup. I eat a lot of goddamn soup. It's just like a good comfort meal. And like it's hard to get bored of because there's so many kinds. Trying to figure out how I feel about this. I feel like it looks nicer on the one side than the other. Alright, name that layer stitches, throw some stitches on there. Yeah, and it's like generally cheap too, since it's usually made with like whatever's left. But it's great. A lot of my favorite shit is like soup. Different types of soup. Welcome back, Masky. Thank you, Masky. This one's gonna be all over that website when I'm done with it. It's gonna be on every product. You want a mug with Danny DeVito? You got it. You want a rocks glass to drink bourbon out of with Danny DeVito? You fucking got it. You want a sticker that you can put on your car? You fucking got it. You want a candle? You fucking got it. It's gonna be on everything. Let's see. Let's see. I want to give him a belt. It's just gonna be like barely peeking in, but I still want to give him a belt. Oh my gosh. I'm having so much fun drawing this one. Like, I don't know if you guys can fucking tell, but he's so funny, Haku. And like he's in a lot of stuff, like not only that's like hilarious adult humor, but he's like in a lot of stuff I grew up on too. Like he plays the father in the movie Matilda. He also directed that movie. The show is Philly, but he's from New Jersey. I think he's from Newark specifically. And not only is he funny, but he's a great fucking person too. Like when he was doing the movie Matilda, Mara Wilson, who was the child actress who played Matilda, is a grown ass woman now, obviously, because that movie's old. She's older than me. But at the time, her mother was battling cancer, and unfortunately, it led to her passing. But during her chemotherapy and stuff while they were filming, uh, Danny and his at the time wife, who is also in the film, Rhea Perlman, they're still close. They're just no longer married, I think. Um, or they might have gotten remarried or something. I don't remember exactly. But he and his at the time wife, Rhea Perlman, uh, basically took in Mara Wilson as a child and like made sure that she was getting like the attention she needed and stuff while her mother was in the hospital. and I believe they got like an early quick edit release so that Mara's mother could watch it before she passed as well and see her daughter in the movies. Hey, not bad. Yeah, I just fucking love Danny so much. Nothing but respect for the man. Alright, we got the basic shape of the rope belt. So close, Masky. And you were already able to install it and stuff, right? You just have to like put in the license or whatever, like officially register it through Steam. I don't like this as much as I thought I would. Done with it. I'll find some other way to detail the clothes a little more. Detail the wrinkles more, probably. Give it more, more of that going on. Like it's ruched almost. Because it would be like tied around the waist, but that just, it's too high up. It doesn't look right. I don't think it's adding anything to the design. I think it's detracting from his face. No one will know that those don't align. That's between us. I like that a lot more. I kind of like having the robe a little simpler. I don't know. I might fucks with this off stream. I'm gonna finish the trash bag and probably draw the rum ham and the Jersey State silhouette off stream so that I can get working on my commissions. But this is like 98% done, I'd say. Alright, we soften the outlines on the hands a little bit. I want to get that pinky a little better. There, that doesn't look nearly as harsh now. Alright, fam, I think that's it for the night. Because there's not really much more to do on this. I need to shade the trash bag. I need to switch it out and draw the rum ham. I need to switch it out and draw the New Jersey silhouette. And I need to give like the sky background for the taller version of a sticker for the prayer candles. So those are things I'm gonna work on off stream. That way I can get work done on my commissions next. Thank you guys so much for joining me tonight. Jarvis, raid message. For anybody who's still hanging around, feel free to grab that and drop it off with the person who we raid. Let's take a peek at who's online. I like to pass it along within the community when possible. Hey, thanks for being here. You know what? Let's go visit Quados, because we raided him when we first started this one. Nostril, thank you so much. We rated him when we first started this piece, and we sent this to him as a work in progress when it was like still early in, and I think it would be funny to give him an update if he's down for that. So I think we're going to raid Quados. He also makes he's a live looper. He does music, and sometimes he'll make songs specifically for the people who raid him. So do stick around in case he's doing that. But if he's too busy for that tonight, then that's just fine by me. It is never an expectation, just a nice bonus. So I'm going to drop you guys off with Q. Let's get this raid ready to go. I wish you all a wonderful night. Thank you again for being here. I'll be back Thursday evening at 7 p.m. EST, and again at on Friday at 8 p.m. EST, with more Red Dead Redemption 2 on Friday. Not quite sure what I'm doing Thursday yet, but I'll figure that out. I'll see you guys then. And if you like the art, come back Tuesday, 7 p.m. Eastern. That's when we'll be working on art next. Have a great night, everybody. I'll see y'all then.